Good to see you. We've got a little bit of math to do tonight, but I'm going to make it as painless as possible. And it's all about the money, right? It's all sort of a part of the day-to-day, right? The thing we're learning tonight about this math is thankfully not something you have to create from scratch on the regular. But the commission does require that we know enough about it to check behind what the attorney is doing. Well, actually, more specifically, the paralegal, because that's who's actually preparing a lot of this stuff. And catch things, right? So on the test, the question is, what is our responsibility as brokers? Our responsibility is to verify the correct information got transported over from the contract to the closing disclosures. Now, is everything that's going to be on those closing disclosures something that we have something to do with and therefore are responsible for? If there's a loan, for instance, no. We're not going to be held responsible for verifying the proper origination fee or discount points because that's not something that was on the contract, not something we really had anything to do with. So the thing that counts is the stuff that happened during the transaction from our side. So, for instance, as a buyer agent, you get that closing disclosure. You're going to get a look at it no later than 3 days before closing, just like your client, hopefully even sooner. And you're just going to go down through it and verify using these calculations we're going to talk about today to make sure that the taxes were prorated properly, that the interim interest was calculated correctly, so your buyer's not paying more than they should have to live in the house for these first few days remaining in the month of closing, and all the various other things we'll be talking about. We're going to learn how to calculate, and we've already learned, origination fee and discount points. But as far as checking back over the closing disclosure in real life, just the things that are from the contract and things that got negotiated through the inspection process is what we're responsible for. Maybe part of the negotiations for the repairs is that the water heater is really old and the heating and air system's really old, so the buyer's worried about it. And the seller says, well, I'm not fixing it, but I will give you a home warranty. I will pay for a home warranty, and those are typically $600 to $1,000, depending on the age and size of the house. And so you would just want to, as a broker, make sure that the warranty got ordered, because guess what? That's your responsibility to order it, and then send that invoice over to the attorney, paralegal, and then make sure that it got onto the closing disclosure in the right amount and being paid by the appropriate person, whatever was agreed on. Could be that the seller was paying for it. It could be that you're paying for it, or another agent, or you and the agent are splitting it, or the buyer's paying for it. Well, no matter what, it needs to show correctly on the disclosure. So that's really the main reason we're going through this stuff, and it's included as part of the course. But let's take a look. First of all, let's just dive into some math while we're still kind of feeling froggy and healthy and awake for the most part. Math is no fun at 9 o'clock at night. So let's do a little bit right now. So let's think about this. When you're a homeowner, congratulations, you get to pay taxes. We learned that the property taxes show up as the number one lien position. Well, that's one of the major calculations done at the closing, on the closing disclosure. We need to decide whose portion of taxes are whose. How much are they responsible for? If you recall, when are taxes due? Do you remember when the tax bill comes out, when the taxes are officially due and payable? The tax rate comes out in July. If it's going to change, It's going to be notified in July. But the actual bill, there it is. Arnell says September 1st. September 1st is when that tax bill comes out. It actually comes in the mail in August, but you can't pay it until September 1st. If you don't pay it on September 1st, though, what happens? Nothing. As long as you pay it by December 31st. You're good. No penalties, no interest, nothing wrong with paying it later. As long as later is no later than December 31st. You have from September 1st to December 31st. We talked about how a lot of lenders would prefer that you pay your house payment to include taxes and insurance. It's called the PITI payment. And even when they do it that way and they're the ones sending in your tax payment, it's probably November or December that they're doing so. So the taxes are for the whole year. The bill comes out September 1st for that year's taxes. So what are we in right now? 23? In about 20 days, the tax bill for the 2023 property taxes is going to come in, or be able to be paid. The bill's going to arrive in the mail anytime now if you own property. And so as of September 1st, you can pay it. So sometimes sellers have paid it as soon as the bill comes available. And sometimes they have not. And so it depends on that situation as to how we handle the taxes at closing. Have they been paid or not? That's the number one question that's going to be asked. So have they been paid by September 1st or not? And so we have 3 time frames within which the taxes could be paid. Here's our year, January 1st, December 31st. And so here's our magical little September 1st of when the taxes are able to be paid in this time frame. To be paid. And so if we have a closing right here in this time frame, we're going to handle that proration in a certain way. If we have a closing over here, there's one of 2 possible ways we're going to handle taxes depending on have they been paid or not. So what would you do if you were in charge of setting up how we do this thing, how this thing works and goes? What would be fair? We close sometime in this year, right? This whole year, we're closing in sometime in this year. The taxes start accumulating from January 1st. And so what if we close right here on April 3rd? That's our closing day. What would you do? What would be fair between the seller and the buyer as to how we determine who pays how much in taxes? What's fair? Would you round it up to the nearest month? Would you round it to the nearest day? Would you just say, hey, I'm a nice seller, I'll pay for this whole year, and therefore, buyer, you're going to own it for this part of the 2/3 of the year, and you just want to worry about taxes? I would not be that generous. But we're going to, there you go. Seller pays for the time that they live there around to the nearest day, basically. You got it. It's going to be figured to the day. Now, there's a couple of conventions in place. One convention is the seller pays for the day of closing. Buyer does not cover the day of closing. The seller is going to have to pay from, in this case, January 1st all the way up to and including April 3rd. However many days that is, from January 1st to April 3rd, including April 3rd. So if you recall, this is the main reason that the commission says for pre-licensing, let's just say that every month has 30 days. which means every year has 360 days. Congratulations. You don't have to remember for this class which ones have 29 days versus 30 versus 31. They all have 30 for calculating this number. Once you get into post-licensing, post-302, you're going to have to remember the proper way and which months have which number of days. But in this case, we're closing April 3rd. How many days from January 1st to April 3rd? So that'll be our step one. Step one. January 1st through April 3rd is how many days? How can we count these days? It can mess you up. So my suggestion is you literally could say, okay, January, February, March, and each of those is 30. And so that's 90 plus April 3rd. So that's 3. So that's a total of 93. You could do that. You could also say, well, April is the 4th month. And so there are 3 months that include all of the days. So 3 months times 30 days each equals 90 days, plus the April 3rd, 3 days out of that, and there's our 93. So whichever of those two clicks in your brain easiest, fastest, smoothest, either or both. So in this case, regardless of how we do it, plus the 3, we're going to call it 93 days. And who is responsible for those 93 days? Buyer or seller? Which one is responsible for paying? The seller, because they were there starting January 1st all the way up to the day of closing. And so that's 93 days paid by seller. Another way to say this that we'll talk about a lot is debit to seller or debit seller. Debit, like your debit card. When you swipe your debit card, money goes away in exchange for whatever that thing is you want to buy. So think of it that way. Debit means money's flowing out. Credit means money's coming in. Don't think about credit card because that's a little more different and complex. But for the purposes of this class and this exercise, this topic, both the buyer and the seller have columns on the closing disclosure of debits and credits. All the things that are minuses and all the things that are pluses. What are they getting credit for? And what are they having to pay for? So in this case, the seller's having to pay taxes from January 1 through April 3rd. And if we're talking about the seller, tell me another seller debit. What's another thing the seller has to pay for? Seller expenses. There you go. Commission. The most important one. Excise tax. Yep. Perfect. There's not many. There's only like 5 or 6. What's another one that we talked a little bit about, I think yesterday? You got to wash the car before you sell it. So how do we prepare the house before we sell it? In order for that seller to sign the deed over, that deed has to be prepared. So the seller pays for deed preparation. Yep, and then there you go. Any repairs that have been negotiated, that would show up. So that's going to be dependent on the transaction. Another seller debit is their loan payoff. Notice not all of these things affect the buyer in the least, right? The deed prep is purely seller expense, has nothing to do with the buyer as far as what they are getting, money they're getting or money they're paying. Loan payoff is all about the seller. Excise tax, all about the seller. Commission as well. But taxes are a little bit different. So with taxes, sometimes 2 out of the 3 possible ways that we would handle taxes involve taking money from the seller and giving it to the buyer. Because if we're closing on April 3rd, Can we send the tax bill in yet? It's impossible. Have you ever tried to pay your bill before the bill is due? They don't take it, and they won't take this either. They'll say the bills aren't going to be out until September 1st, so we can't handle it that way. The attorney can't just take the money from the seller for January 1 through April 3rd and send it on in to the government. It's not going to work. So what would you do? How do you think we would handle this situation? Who needs to keep that money in the meantime while we're waiting from April 3rd to September 1st? Where do we park that money? Or who do we give it to? That's a good guess. That's a great guess, but it's in fact not something that happens. A good guess that I was expecting is let somebody hold it in escrow. I don't know why we don't do it that way, but we don't. Think about it though. What needs to happen by September 1st? The buyer needs to pay the tax bill. So rather than put it in escrow, which is a perfectly reasonable idea, but it's just not how we do it, rather than do that, how about we just calculate the dollars that represent this 93 days and go ahead and give that money to the buyer? Now it doesn't have to be held in escrow. The attorney or whoever's the escrow agent is out of it. We're done. It's a non-issue as far as they are concerned, and now it's just all on the responsibility of the buyer, and that's exactly how we do it. So all we do is calculate, in this case, when it's a closing before September 1st, we calculate the number of days responsible by the seller, which in this case, 93. And then we debit the seller that much and we credit the buyer that same amount. We're just going to throw that money on over to the buyer's credit column. And then they're going to have that money available. And they will, when September 1st rolls around or any time in this time window, they'll take that chunk of money they got at closing, add it to the part they're responsible for the rest of the year, and send it in when the bill is able to be paid. Does that make sense? So that's how they do it. So next step, we know how many days they're responsible for, but how many dollars per day are we talking about? And so in this case, let's just say that taxes are on this property $4,700 per year. If they're $4,700 per year, what do we need to convert that to? Good guess, but what did we say a little bit ago? That's the fairest thing to do. Are we gonna adjust it to the month or to the day? It's to the day. We need to figure out the dollars per day. So 4,700 divided by what? For your purposes, 360. Because there's 360 days in the year for this class. 30-day months times 12 months, 360 day for the year. So $13.06 per day is the taxes. Times how many days? 93. Now see, at this point, I could just leave this number in the calculator and multiply by 93. And the number I get is 1214.17. But you might have already cleared it out and then have to re-enter it as the rounded version, 1306 times the 93. And let's see what we get. Oh, look, we're off by this many cents. 58 minus 17 cents. Here's some good news. On the test, they will never give you an answer choice that's 12, 14, and 58 or 12, 14, and 17. In other words, the rounding won't matter. Whichever way you choose to round won't give you different answer options. So they're not testing you on math rounding. They're testing you on, do you know who's responsible for the day of closing? Would they give you an answer choice that is exactly $13.06 different? You bet. Absolutely, because they want to test if you know that the seller is responsible for the day of closing. So that's a very real possibility. So just remember that. But in this case, I'm going with just for whatever reason, going with the non-rounded version. And there it is. That's what's going to show up on the settlement statement or the closing disclosure. It's going to be a debit to the seller and a credit to the buyer for $1,214.17. Now, all of that was the situation where we closed before September 1st. We do that no matter where in this timeline we close. As long as it's before September 1st, that's how it's going to be. Going to be a debit seller, credit buyer every time. But if we close September 1st or after, there's two different possibilities that it could be as to how we need to handle it. So let's go with a couple of things here. We're going to keep this $13.06 per day. Everything else we're going to change because now we're going to close after September 1st. And look at what that does to our procedure. All right, this time, instead of April 3rd, we're going to close, let's say, October 3rd. There's no relevance to the 3rd. I'm just thinking thirds today. October, right here. That is our closing day, October 3rd. We can go with the same tax amount, which means also the same taxes per day. October 3rd, you need more information. You need me to tell you, have the sellers paid the tax bill yet? If it's my wife, the answer is yes. She paid it on September 1st. That is what she does. If it's me, it's no. It's not December 31st yet. Therefore, I haven't paid the bill yet. Now, I might not wait all the way until then, but it's probably going to be in December. So nothing wrong either way. Just depends. The question will have to be asked. The attorney will ask the listing agent, hey, has the seller paid the taxes yet? Or really, they'll just look it up. And they'll look it up online and see if the tax bill has been paid. So now we're going to talk about an October, 3rd closing. Here's my big suggestion. I know what you're tempted to do. We need to calculate the number of days for each party. And you're thinking, well, it's a lot easier and quicker to just calculate the days backwards from December, November to October than it is to count this many more months. But here's the problem. At least one time of all the examples of this that you do in your practice plus the final, you're going to lose track of the day of closing. If you count backwards, there's a much greater likelihood that you'll forget to include October 3rd on the seller's side. Promise you, at least once. And it would be tragic if that one time you forgot was the time on the actual final exam. So I suggest that you always count from January to whatever the day of closing is, even if it's December 30th. Maybe not then. But it is super easy to lose track of that day of closing. But it doesn't matter. The steps are not much different. October is what month? It's the 10th month, right? So October 3rd. That means there are 9 months at 30 days in a month, which is 270 days. Plus the October 3rd closing date, which is another 3. Did I do my math right so far? Sometimes my times tables fail me. 273 days. That's the seller's responsibility. I don't think I've answered the question yet, though. You were waiting for me to tell you, has the seller paid the taxes yet or not? I'm going to say not. Taxes are not paid yet. So now we know 273 days to seller. Their responsibility for paying 273 days worth. We already know the dollars per day because I'm nice to you for this one, and I'm leaving that alone. And we just need to multiply them together. 273 days times $13.06 a day. The seller is responsible for $35, $65, and 38 cents. Now, what are we going to do with this? Do we debit or credit the seller? Well, let's think about it. Have they paid them yet? No. So here's another little procedural thing you need to know. You might think that we just credit the $3,500 and send it to the buyer, but the thing is, I don't know what the reason is, but I just know it might be really tempting if that buyer is getting $3,500 at closing that they might actually spend it on all the various things you spend money on when you buy a house, so much to the point where they actually run out of money and can't pay the taxes in the very first year. Let's not set them up for that potential failure. And so here's how it actually works in real life. The attorney says, I'm not giving you this $3,500 buyer. I'm not going to give that to the buyer. We're going to debit the seller that amount since they're responsible for it. And we're going to debit the buyer the difference between the $4,700 and that amount because that's what the buyer's responsible for. And the attorney's just going to go ahead and send the bill in paid as of closing. Now the buyer doesn't have to worry about it. And they're also not tempted to spend that big old chunk of money and not be able to pay their taxes because guess who cares about that? The lender, right? So that's just the procedure there. So this minus the, let's see, from 47, that means the buyer's portion is 1134.62. It's going to be debited from the buyer's column. It's that much more the buyer has to pay. It's just like another closing cost, really. And they're going to debit the seller that $35.65.38. They're going to take each party's respective amounts from them, they being the attorney, and add them together, send them on off to the government to pay the tax bill. So it's going to be paid up as of October 3rd, that closing day. One less thing the buyer or the buyer's lender has to deal with for that first year. Now, next year, it's just going to start up like normal. January 1st, they're going to start accumulating taxes. And then by September 1st of next year, they're going to, however it's set up, it's going to start kicking in. It might be that the lender sends in the bill because the buyer's paying them a PITI payment. And so that lender's collecting the T and the I and sticking it over in an escrow so that it's there by September to be pulled from. There will be a little bit of cushion, padding, a couple of months worth that we handle at closing. That's another closing item you'll learn about in a little bit. Is let's set up the escrow account with the lender and put like, it depends on what the lender wants, but it could be 2 to 8 months, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months worth of taxes for establishing that escrow account. So it's got enough cushion in it so that the lender doesn't have to reach out to the buyer if they're short some money. They say, hey, buyer, we need you to send in a couple $100 real quick because we're going to have to pay your taxes in a month or two. We want to avoid that. So they want to set up some cushion for both taxes and insurance in that escrow account that the lender's holding the buyer's money in. That makes sense so far? We'll do some of these in real life shortly. So you'll learn, and it'll stick, but you'll learn how to keep it all straight and which way it needs to be handled. There's still a third way. Let's say we are still having a closing on October 3rd, but this time the seller went ahead and paid the taxes. They're paid. Good for you, seller. Thank you, wife. You did what you do. And now we don't have to worry about it. So we need to handle it differently, though. The taxes for the whole year have been paid. Is it fair for the seller to not get money back for this chunk of the year? No. We need to give them some money representing these days, the day after closing all the way through the end of the month. End of the year. So that's another calculation that could result in you losing track of who's responsible for that day of closing. So be careful. Again, count them the same way. That's even more tempting to count them backwards. But don't do that. Resist the urge. Let's do this again. 273 days the seller's responsible for, which includes day of closing. But this time, the seller has paid for the whole year, and we need to give them back some money. What do we need to give them back? The buyer's portion of responsibility for the taxes, right? Whatever this little bubble is, that's what we need to give them back in dollars. So what we do is calculate the buyer's side, their portion, and we're going to debit it from the buyer and credit it to the seller. It looks like what we did in the very first version of this whole thing, except the opposite. We were debiting the seller and crediting the buyer in that version. But this time we're doing the flip version. But either of those, both of those are what's called a proration. In a proration, when you're prorating something, you're taking that same amount of money from one side and giving it to the other. That's what a proration is. So that example we just looked at was not a proration because we weren't giving it to anybody. Either party, we were giving it to the government, but we were debiting both sides. But we're back to another version of a proration. So out of the three potential ways we need to handle taxes, depending on what time in the year the closing is, two of them are a proration, and one of them is not. It's a debit. So it looks like that. This one is for that situation we're in now, closing after September 1st, taxes have been paid. This one is when we're closing before September 1st. Then this one is when we're closing September 1st or after and the taxes have not been paid. I have a slide that's prettier that basically sums that up. I'll show you in a little bit. But let's do the math one more time, and then I'll give you one to work on. So what do we need to accomplish? We need to give the seller back the money because they are out of pocket for the whole year, and that's not fair. We need to give them back the money for this piece. It's like if you went to lunch with them, didn't have your wallet, and they paid for the lunch. You got to give them back, pay them back for that lunch, your hamburger that you ate, right? Okay, so we've got what? We could do this a couple of different ways. What we need to get is the dollars the buyer is responsible for, which is this tail end of the year. And we could get that by multiplying the 13 by the number of days to the seller. Let's try it that way. 273 times 1306 was 3565 38. How much is to the buyer? It's just whatever that is from 47. And so the buyer's portion is 1134.62. So do we even need to show this on the closing disclosure? No. The only thing we need to do on the closing disclosure is say 1134.62 is a debit to the buyer and a credit to the seller. That way, the buyer's paying for their own part of the year that they are the new owner. Right? So when it comes to these tax problems, it's first question, which part of the year is it? The part before September 1st or the part after? And then have they been paid or not? And then how much is the taxes? And then you know what you need to know in order to calculate this thing. Then which of the three ways do you attribute it? Debits and credits, or debit both? So with all that said, let's do one. Closing, let's say February 15th. Again, don't worry about February. It has 30 days too. for the purposes of this class. Closing February 15th, taxes are $5,300 per year. Seller has not paid them yet because they can't, right? Sometimes the test question will tell you that, a piece of info anyway. How are the taxes going to show up on the closing disclosure with that information? So what do we got? Closing before September 1st. So I even do this, even on the scratch paper, if that helps. Just make your year. There's our September. Here's our closing, close to the first of the year, February 15th. We need to calculate the number of days the seller's responsible for. That's step one. Step one, January has 30 days. February 15th is the closing. That's 45 days. That includes the day of closing that the seller's responsible for. Have the taxes been paid yet? No. They told us so. Plus, we know they can't be paid yet because it's not yet September. And then what's the next piece of this? Step two, the dollars per day. And in this case, $5,300 divided by 360, $14.72 a day. And then step three, multiply them together. The seller's portion of dollars is $662.50. Then step four, I call it the attributions. Who's paying what? Who's getting what? Well, we're closing here. Bill's not paid yet. The seller needs to go ahead and give the money over to the buyer so that they have it in their possession, so that when the due date does arrive, they can combine it with their responsibility part and send it in. So we're debiting seller, crediting buyer, the $662.50. That makes sense? Are you getting hung up anywhere? And if you were off a few cents, again, that's a rounding thing, because you notice that I like to just leave it in the calculator if I can get away with that. So as to not have to clear it and put something back in. It saves me 0.003 seconds, and that's like 2 whole days at the end of my 100-year lifespan, which might matter, right? It's probably more like an hour. All right, same dollars or same tax amount, different closing day. This time we're closing November 17th. And we'll go along with this. The seller has not paid the taxes yet. Work on that one. All right. November 17th. Seller's not paid. We're going to let the buyer hang on to that money? No. Going to send it in. It's going to be a debit to both sides. It's going to be a debit for the seller's portion and a debit for the buyer's portion from their side. So how many days are the seller's portion? We'll call that step 1. Seller's days. And it's November, so that's the 11th month. That means there are 10 months at 30 days in a month, plus the November 17th. So that's 300 days plus 17 days. So 317 is the days the seller is responsible for. Step 2, we can just calculate dollars per day. Because while we could calculate the buyer's days, we could also just go all the way to the end and get the seller's dollars and subtract seller's dollars from total dollars like we did last time. So dollars per day, 5,300, I forgot what that was. $14.72. Step 3, how many dollars the seller's responsible for? $46.66.94. Debit seller. And then we've got to debit the buyer something. So step 4, 5,300 minus that number. The buyer's portion is $633.06. So in the closing disclosure, the seller's going to be debited $46.66. The buyer's going to be debited $633. How's that one? And then, final possibility. Seller has paid the taxes for the year. This time, it's another proration because the seller is out of pocket the entire $5,300, but we need to give them back, what did I say, $633? That was how much the buyer's portion was, 06. So we're going to do all that same math, which we don't have to do because it's the same numbers. But it's going to be a debit the buyer's side and give it to or credit the seller. That's $633. How do we feel about that? No problems? If it's gone too fast, hang in there. We're going to do it a million more times in a variety of ways over the next remaining few weeks. So it will sink in. What's another one? Tell me this. The sale price is $610,000. The loan to value ratio is 90%. The lender charges an origination fee of 1%. And the lender's going to charge discount points. And it's going to need to be 3 of them. How much in lender fees for this particular problem is the buyer going to have to pay? The origination fee and the discount points combined. You can go ahead and put that in the chat whenever you're ready. No rush. But I'm going to change it so that only I see the answer. And we'll talk about it when most of you have done. Okay. So anytime it's a lender-related fee, we need to work with a loan amount. That's why we needed both of these things. So what's 90% of 610? Loan amount of $549. I have a feeling the answer choices that you might face will include if you did it based on the 610, because they want to know that you know to use the loan amount. So origination fee, what's 1% of that 549? It's 54.90. You can just move decimals over to get that. And then what's 3% of 549? It's the 16,470. And adding those together, total of 21,960. And in that case, you figured out each of them individually and added them together. What you could have also done is said, well, 3 discount points cost 3% of the loan amount. And so if I have to answer both of these anyway, combine them, I may as well just say, what's 4% of 549? And that'll do the same thing. Whichever way you like. What do you mean? Does the actual mortgage count as well? You mean like in this particular problem? That was a question in the chat. Okay, good. Good. Not okay. Perfect. Okay. Let me do another one of these. Sale price, $549. Loan to value ratio, 90%. Assessed value or tax value is 75%. The property is in the city limits. The city tax rate is 73 cents per $100. The county tax rate is 31 cents per $100. We're closing July 19th. How will taxes show up on the closing disclosure? Who's paying what? Credit to whom? Debit to whom? Which to the other? Either or both. That might take you a minute. Okay, we've got a variety of things to do in this step. We've got to land on the annual taxes, first of all. Did the loan-to-value ratio matter at all? That was extra info, right? You could ignore that. But the 549 at 75% tax value of $411,750. Now we're going to use what we need to know to get the annual taxes. We know that it's both of these because it's inside the city limits. So 73 plus 31 is $1.04. So that 411,7. Oh, sorry. There we go. Thank you. So this time we're got that assessed value of $411,750. Now we use both of our rates because it's a tax, the property's inside the city limits. So that $411,750 times the $1.04 divided by 100. That means our annual taxes are $4282.20. Now that we have that, we can get on into what we learned today. So we're closing July 19th. Is that before September 1st? So it's going to be ultimately a debit seller, credit buyer situation. So step one, let's calculate seller's days. Closing is happening July, which is the 7th month, July 19th. So that's 6 months times 30 days is 180 plus the 19 in the month of closing. So 199 days to seller. Step two, calculate the dollars per day. And so that is the $4282.20 divided by 360. $11.90 a day. Step three, multiply them together. So the seller's portion is $2367.11. And what do we know about this time of the year of closing? It's going to be a debit seller, credit buyer for the seller's portion. So that's what you're going to see in a pretty version in a little bit. We've got the three ways taxes could be handled depending on the time of year. Before September 1st, after, and then the seller has paid or not paid taxes. So if it's before September 1st, like this example, it's a debit seller, credit buyer, but how much money? The seller's portion of the money. If it's after and the seller has already paid, then it's going to be a debit buyer, credit seller, but this time it's going to be for the buyer's portion of taxes. And then if the seller has not paid them at all, it's going to be a debit seller and a debit buyer, each of their respective portions. Right? So that might help you as you're going through practice problems to keep track of this until you just get it stuck in your head. Let's see you back at 10 minutes. Let's have a break. Welcome back. All right. Let's talk about another calculation, then we'll go over into the slides. This one is, let me paint a story here. When we closing day. Let's say, sorry, 1 second. There we go. Here is our closing month. We'll call it August. What comes after that? September, October. Let's say we're closing on August 27th. What happens when you make your house payment in general? What does that cover? You make your house payment on the first of the month. Let's say here's a given month of August. You make your house payment on the first. What's it covering? Is it covering the month you're about to live there or the month you just spent living there? When you make a house payment, it's the opposite of rent. When you pay your rent, you pay the rent on the first day of the month so that you can live there the coming month. But when you pay your house payment, you pay it on the first of the month because you already lived there the month before. It's called paying in arrears. House payments are paid in arrears. They're paid after, they're paid after you already enjoyed it, after the month that you lived there. So, if we're closing on August 27th, when is your first regular full house payment going to come due? Is it going to be on September 1st? Because you haven't yet gotten to September yet. And also, you haven't been there the entire month of August, so that doesn't make sense. It's going to, first full, normal, full house payment's not going to come due until October 1st. And when you pay that, what are you paying for? You're paying for the fact that you've already lived there in September. Does that make sense? But the lender's going to say this. Yeah, but what about these 4 days remaining in the month of closing? The 27th, the 28th, the 29th, and the 30th. We want our money. Welcome to the family, by the way. We're so glad you chose us for your home loan. Now pay us, because we want it for every single day. This phenomenon that you have to know how to calculate is called interim interest. Interim interest. The interim is this amount of time, the interim between the day of closing and the end of the month of closing. That one. And guess what? Did you notice something? We're talking about the buyer's new loan, the buyer's new lender. And this is the one exception where the buyer pays for the day of closing as well. The lender's going to say, welcome to the family. Now pay us daily interest for the day of closing all the way through the end of the month. So we're going to need to calculate daily interest, which we'll get to in a minute, but we're also going to need to remember to make the buyer pay for the day of closing also. This is the only one where the buyer is responsible for the day of closing. All the tax ones, all the other prorations, the overarching principle is that the seller pays day of closing. But not this one. This one, the buyer's doing it. So don't forget that. Interim interest. Interest on what? Interest on their new loan that they're just now getting as of today. So the test question will give you make some room here. We'll say loan amount of $350,000. Interest rate of 6% on a 30-year term. How much interest per day? How much is your daily interest if the rate is at 6% and the loan amount is $350,000? Daily interest? Just like daily taxes, we take our big old loan amount, multiply it by that interest rate. That gives us our annual interest, because this 6% is an annual percentage rate. That's how many percent per year you're paying for the privilege of borrowing that money. So that will result in then annual dollars on that specific loan amount, $21,000. And so if those are annual dollars, what do we need to do to make them into daily dollars of interest? Divide by, there we go. It's going to be $58.33 per day of interest. So we've got our daily interest. We know our number of days, including day of closing through the end of the month, is 4. So step 1 was calculating the dollars per day. Step 2 is how many days are left in the end of the month plus or including the day of closing. And so step 3 is multiply those together. So the interim interest is $233.33. That's what the lender's going to charge the buyer, the new borrower, for those 4 days of living in the house or owning the house remaining in the month of closing. So how's it going to show up on a closing statement? It's going to be a debit to the buyer. This is not a proration because it has nothing to do with the seller. It's all about the buyer's new loan. That's also why the buyer pays for the day of closing, because again, it has nothing to do with the seller. So you got to include that in your day calculations. We could close on the 15th. In which case it's going to be 16 days of left in the month. How do we do that? Let's say that, the 27 was pretty easy. We have enough fingers to calculate that one. What if the number of the day of closing was like the 17th? 11/17. Here's the procedure to make sure you don't forget the day of closing. 30 minus 17. Is that right? Plus add 1 for the day of closing. So it's going to be 14 days that the buyer's responsible for this particular calculation called interim interest. Don't forget to add for the day of closing, because that's the buyer's responsibility for an interim interest calculation. How are we doing on that? We're closing on 11/12, the 12th of November. The loan amount is $470,000 at a 7% interest rate on a 30-year term. How much will the buyer be charged for interim interest? Okay. Step 1. Dollars of daily interest. We need our loan amount of $470. Multiply by that interest rate. The 30 years is irrelevant. That's just a decoy. Gives us an annual interest based on that particular loan amount of $32,900, but we need to convert that to daily. Which is $91.39. Step 2. Days the buyer's responsible for. In this case, the closing on the 12th. So 30 days minus 12, 18. Add the 1 for the day of closing, so 19 days. Step 3, multiply them together. And attribute. 1,736.39, and that's a big fat debit to the buyer. Any problems with that? Sticking points. Okay, let's take a look at the slides. Got some more math to do later, but let's take a little break from math. When we left off last night, we were talking about the buckets on the loan estimate and closing disclosure that reflect or represent the specific items that the borrower is responsible for or not. that the lender has to cover if they're wrong in their estimate. So let me see. I think I've got that close by here. Good. Let's take a look at the loan estimate again. And I will include this. I'll go ahead and post it to the chat. PDFs are in the chat, so you can look through this a little bit yourself. So this is the loan estimate. And we saw this earlier. I showed you this a couple weeks ago. And so if we look at it and we realize, look, okay, the type of loan and the conventional, the number of years, the rate, type of rate, I should say, is in the upper right. The person is in the upper left. Sale price over there as well. And then the loan amount is in that top box on this first page. The interest rate's right below it. The monthly payment, P&I, is right below that. Can these increase after closing? If applicable, they're answered accordingly. Is there a prepayment penalty? In this case, they're saying yes. The second box breaks down the payment. Adds to the monthly P&I a mortgage insurance chunk of $82 and a escrow amount of $206 that needs to be established. So their actual PITI payment is $1,050. Now they do mention that looks like they're estimating that as of year 8, the mortgage insurance will fall off. And so the payment will go down to $968. So they're going ahead and sharing that with them. How do they know this? Because they can already calculate where the loan will stand after that amount of time. And that's because of something called an amortization schedule. Yeah, thank you, Victor. And it looks like this. This is something that they will print out and give the new borrower at closing. Let me see here. 330, we'll go with all of that. Here's the schedule. And it shows that in September of this year, the amount of your payment toward principal is going to be $377. The amount toward interest on that first payment is $1,449. And you're left with $329,622. And then after the second month's payment, different numbers, but the same payment. What is the payment? It's $1,826 for every single one. But we know, because we're big shots now, how to do this by hand. Not that we want to do it any further than the first 2 months. But after that, this is just an algorithm plugging all that in automatically. And it cranks it out for, look, all 30 years. And so all the way into that last one, the very last payment, is going to go $1,818 of that, whatever, $1,800 and some dollar payment is going to go toward principal. And then only $8 on that last payment is going to go toward interest. And then the loan will be paid off. Pretty cool. So that's an amortization schedule. And so they know that after however many payments, based on the current numbers, the equity will have attained 20%. But it might even be sooner than that because they're not accounting for appreciation. How could they? They don't know what it's going to appreciate for. They're not accounting for, is the seller going to go ahead and do extra work and make the property more valuable with add-ons and additions and upgrades? So, but at least drop dead, bare minimum, they're showing that mortgage interest falling off somewhere approximately around year 8. That's it. Just curiosity. Nothing you need to do anything with. They're showing that $206 extra per month includes both a piece for property taxes and for homeowners insurance. And then at the bottom, how much will this particular buyer's total closing cost be? $8,054. And then that means they're bringing $16,000 to closing. This is the loan estimate. As a part of the loan estimate, they're estimating some fees. And then here's where we left off. This box A on the closing disclosure, that's the same for every lender because they all have to use this, shows those fees the lender is choosing to charge. Can the lender charge more than these amounts? Can the lender charge more for an application fee or points, or if there was an origination fee? Yes, but they would have to absorb it and pay it themselves. They are promising that these fees are going to add up to these amounts. And if they go higher, the lender's got to eat it themselves. Because whatever they put in this box is the zero tolerance box. Anything above that they've promised it would cost, they've got to stand behind 100% and pay if it goes over. Let's say the whole bank or lending institution decides, from here forward, our application fee is going to be $500. Well, you promised this to be $300 to this particular borrower. And so if it does go up to $500, this borrower is still only going to need to pay $300 because you put it in this box and made this promise. Now, this next box isn't quite that generous, but it's still helpful because the things that are in this one are the 10% tolerance level. And these are all things maybe the lender gave them a list of service providers to pick from. Anything that shows up in this box, the lender has to accurately estimate that how much it's going to cost. And if they are wrong by more than 10% higher, they have to absorb and eat that one too. So as long as they cushion it by safe enough so that it doesn't rise by more than 10%, the lender's going to be okay. Not that we care, but the borrower's not going to, they're going to have to pay possibly 10% more than what's promised here. Anything more than that 10% higher, the lender will have to absorb. And then this last one, there is no responsibility on the part of the lender as to how much these actually end up costing, because it's just going to depend on what the attorney charges. Who picks the attorney, by the way? So maybe if the buyer picks the attorney, that attorney charges higher for doing this title stuff. Settlement agent fee, that definitely is going to be out of the control of the lender. If you close at smaller towns, in my area, smaller towns, outlying cities of Charlotte like Concord, Harrisburg, and like Salisbury, you're probably going to get away with about $800 to $900 of attorney fees that the buyer has to pay. You go into Charlotte, Ballantyne, maybe Lake Norman area, that's probably more like $1,200. So it just depends what property values and areas you're in, like anything. The restaurants in South part of Charlotte, probably going to cost a little more than the ones in Mount Pleasant in Cabarrus County, right? So these are totally in the control of the borrower. So therefore, the lender shouldn't have to cover them or promise how much they're going to be. It's a complete guess, complete approximation when the lender says, I think your survey might run about such and such, your pest inspection about such and such, but they are not required to stand behind those estimates. Because again, this is just a loan estimate to give the borrower an idea of what they're facing on fees. So again, that's the loan estimate. Let's look at the closing disclosure. Look, it's very similar. Top of the page, though, instead of saying loan estimate right here, it says closing disclosure. And this is the thing that must be provided to the borrower by what deadline? Do you remember the deadline this is due? Three days before what? You got it. This is the one at the end of the process. This is the one that's going to have all the exact actual costs on it because we're done. All the things have happened. We knew for a fact what things are, and that's what's going to be reflected on here, including the last hour's worth of calculations we just enjoyed together. A tax proration of some sort, maybe, interim interest, origination fee, discount points, all that stuff. And so this is going to be the one that's actually applicable. Especially this. There are a couple of this is spoiler alert. These 2 pages that show up on the closing disclosure are what you get real comfortable and familiar with in post-licensing 302. And so this first one is all the cost. We already saw this bucket. That's all the stuff the lender has to stand behind and report accurately or pay more than, whatever's maybe more than. This is the 10% one. This is the don't have to stand behind it at all. But all of that together represents the loan costs. And so this entire page, you'll notice that says borrower and seller at the top. This entire page is a page full of debits. There are no credits that show up on this page. All of these are expenses, either for the borrower to pay or the seller to pay. Some of them, most of them get paid at closing, but 1 or 2 might get paid before closing. So there's a column for that. And so they total up all the loan fees of this top box. Then they calculate the other costs, things like recording fees. We've kind of mentioned a little bit, maybe like $50 to record the deed, another $50 to record the mortgage, and in our state, the deed of trust. Setting up escrows for homeowners insurance. The lender's going to tell the attorney, I want you to collect from the buyer 3 months of homeowners insurance. Or I want you to collect 9 months of taxes. And that's where this is where that will be reflected. They might also say this many months for mortgage insurance. It just depends on when we're closing and what the lender prefers. So there's no standard formula for any of those things. It's just what the lender tells the attorney that they want to collect in number of months worth of money. These things are called prepaids, which means we're paying up front at closing. One of them is the homeowner's insurance premium. And we looked at that a while ago when we were looking at PITI payments, and we saw that the P and the I is the principal and the interest, and then a portion of taxes and a portion for insurance. So 1/12 of the tax bill is tacked onto your PI payment, and then 1/12 of the insurance bill is tacked on. And so that's one thing that we're handling. But this is another sort of procedure or how we do it here kind of a thing. And that is you pay the first year's insurance premium up front. So as of the day of closing, your entire first year of homeowner's insurance is paid for. It's required to be. So that's good. All done. And then next year, you'll start adding more as you make your payment. It'll build up that escrow account that the lender's holding so that when the insurance bill for next year comes due, it's been accumulating to that point. So there's plenty of it to pick from. So that's a prepaid homeowner's insurance, the entire first year's premium. Also, if there's mortgage insurance, and then also prepaid interest. Wait a minute. I used the word prepaid interest when I was talking about discount points before, but in this case, we're talking about interim interest that we learned how to do just a minute ago. So that's where the interim interest will show how many dollars per day, and from the day of closing through the end of the month. They'll probably show the number of days. And then prepaids, if needed, because one of the 3 scenarios for paying property taxes involved a debit to the buyer, credit to the seller. And so in that case, we're going to need to use this for the property taxes. You don't need to worry about that for this class, but you will have to deal with that in post 302. But anyway, my point is, this is the entire bottom half of this page is all more expenses. And so that's totaled up to, and then the total of the top block, the top half, sorry, I'm getting myself dizzy. All of the total of that plus all of the total of this results in what? Total closing costs paid by each party, buyer and seller. Because what you'll also notice, we don't have it written in here, but it'll probably be added by the closing attorney, paralegal, commission. Broker commission would be put in somewhere in this other box, and then it'll show up over here on the seller's expense column. So even though there's way more line items of expenses that the buyer has to pay, the total in dollars might not be that much different, because that commission could be pretty big among a couple other things the seller's expenses are going to include, and that is deed preparation, excise tax. So all of these are expenses, and then the totals we get at the bottom of the page come over to this page. We don't have to get too deep into this page, but let me just point out a couple things. First of all, the top box just shows some totals of things. It's the middle section that really gets down into it. And it's 4 boxes that we're looking at here. It's this entire box is all due from the borrower. That means the borrower's expenses, debit to the buyer, buyer debits. This entire box is due to the seller, which means credit the seller. So if you'll notice, we've got taxes reflected in these 2 boxes. This is where we would put it if we need to credit the seller and debit the buyer, the taxes. We're going to show that $953 over here because we're giving it to the seller, and we're going to show it also over here because we just took it from the buyer and gave it over to the seller. Right? So that's kind of how that works. And then the opposite in these pair of boxes, it's a seller seller debit box right here and a buyer credit box right here. And whatever's applicable in the transaction, you notice the top of the page, the sale price of the property is a big fat buyer debit because they're having to pay for it. And it's also a big fat seller credit because the seller's receiving it. You might see some of these with different entries in them, but these are pretty typical ones. And then right here, it brings over the closing costs from that other page. The bottom of that previous page, the total closing cost is going to be put in right here on this page and added to all the other things the buyer needs to pay. And so for the one that the seller's having to pay, that box is down here, and it'll show closing costs paid by seller would be put in here. If they're paying off a mortgage, that'd go right there. If they're getting some money somehow, that'd show right there as a seller credit. And then at the bottom of this page shows how much the borrower is having to bring to closing and how much the seller is expecting to get. Unless it was 2008, 9, 10, in which case we would show how much the seller is going to have to bring because people were upside down in their houses. So all this is part of the closing disclosure. And then some other couple of pages explaining what some terms are and stuff. But just for your purposes, realize that they look very similar. RESPA requires it. These are RESPA forms. If you're getting a loan, RESPA says these documents must be utilized by the lender. So the borrower has no surprises. There's no mystery of where the dollars and cents come from. There we go. So what else does RESPA do? It regulates controlled business arrangements, escrow account restrictions. Again, the lender can't just collect years and years worth of taxes and insurance for the escrow so that they can now earn interest on all that money. They are limited by these guidelines as to how many months they're allowed to collect to create that cushion. Loan servicing disclosures, and something called borrower credit for yield spread premiums. You won't be tested on stuff about that, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. It does prohibit us as brokers, so RESPA does apply to us brokers as well. It's not all about the lender. And it keeps us brokers from getting what? Kickbacks. We can make a bunch of money if we did a certain amount of business and we also got paid for sending our leads, our buyers, seller clients over to other vendors. But there'd definitely be an ethical consideration there. And so that's why it's just not allowed. You can't get referral fees unless someone is another broker. So, but you can't make a referral fee from an inspector. You can't make a referral fee from a surveyor or an appraiser. Nothing like that. And that includes Panther tickets or anything of value, right? Good question. Is this only in North Carolina? RESPA applies across the country. Real estate agents are not allowed to make kickbacks, period. That's a RESPA violation regardless. So what are we responsible for? On that CD, closing disclosure that we just saw a blank version of, we need to make sure the price is right. We need to make sure the due diligence and the earnest money are correct. Any other payments. We need to make sure the commission is right. That's the first one we check. Let's make sure our money's going to be right when we finish this closing. Make sure any credits to buyer or seller or brokers have been attributed right. Any invoices need to be paid, home warranties, repairs, and pretty much anything we know about that's not a lender fee. The lender fee is the lender's problem to correct and verify. We didn't have anything to do with that, but that's about the only thing that we are not responsible for on this closing disclosure. We got to check all the other stuff. What if we mess it up? What if we violate RESPA? I told you yesterday, it's a big deal. $10,000 per violation of RESPA. You want to get a $100 kickback from an inspector for sending them your buyer client? Well, was it worth it? $10,000. They don't mess around with this stuff. 1 year imprisonment, compensation to the victim, and because it's a RESPA violation, let's go ahead and times it by 3. If you get sued in civil court for lawsuit, automatic treble the damages, 3 times the damages determined. Similar to fair housing violations, it's an automatic treble of the damages with that too, because it's such a serious matter. Preparing the settlement statement in real life is not done by us, though. Who's doing it? Who's preparing the closing disclosure? Who do you think prepares the closing disclosure, showing all these numbers? It's the one who's going to be paying the money out to all the various places. Yeah, the attorney, the paralegal, really, at the attorney's instruction. So we don't have to make this thing or fill in the blanks of this thing. We just have to check it once it's prepared. So some of this stuff we've already touched on when I was showing you the math earlier, but the word debit means a charge or an expense of some sort. Credit means you're getting it. It's paid to the party. And a proration means we're taking money from one side and giving it to the other. When it's a proration, it's going to be the same dollar amount taken from one side and given to the other, right? Because it's for the purposes of making it fair. The fees are split between the parties in some way based on how long they own the property in the case of taxes. A couple other vocabulary words. The word accrued means it is not yet paid, but it is due. Accrued, due, but not yet paid. Prepaid means we're paying it in advance. It's not on here, but the word arrears means you're paying after you've used it, like the house payment is paid in arrears. Some buyer fees. Things the buyer has to pay for. Quite a lot. Compare that to the seller fees. Quite a few more items, right? Loan related. That's just one item here, but that could be many items, including origination fee, which we've mentioned down here, discount points and origination fee. Could be something called a flood service fee. Attorney fees to the buyer, they're paying the bulk of them because they picked the attorney and they are represented by the attorney. The attorney actually is representing the buyer and the lender, not the seller, but they do a little bit for the seller. And therefore the buyer has to pay the bulk of the attorney fees. And then setting up reserves for taxes and insurance, and that interim interest we talked about. Recording the deed, the survey, due diligence, inspections, and then any other fees, any other buyer fees associated. So it could be more than what's on this list. The seller ones don't add up to very many in terms of number of line items, but the total could. Commissions, excise tax, attorney fee, but that would pretty much just be the deed prep. And then anything else that they've agreed to pay. The prorations that we run into, we've done already a couple of them. Annual property taxes we did tonight. We'll do rent in a little bit, and we'll do HOA fees. Those get prorated as well. But anything that the parties agree to share and split paying. So let's do a little bit more of this. Our months have 30 days. Our years have 360 days. Seller owns the day of closing always, except for interim interest, in which case it's the buyer that needs to pay for that day of closing as well. Here's my helpful hint about make sure you calculate the seller's portion first and then just subtract that from the total in order to get the buyer's side. That's going to make sure that you don't accidentally forget the day of closing in your day calculation. It's not required, just a suggestion. So whatever it is you're calculating, if you're using tax value times tax rate to get an annual rate, or the loan value times the interest rate to get annual interest, you calculate that annual amount first and then turn it into the daily or the monthly, depending on which thing you need to do. If you need the daily rate, divide by 360. If you need the monthly rate, divide by 30. These are just sort of a step-by-step basic of how all this stuff works. Calculate the number of days the seller's responsible for, and then subtract from the total to get the buyer's portion. Seller's responsible for the day of closing. This is talking about taxes in particular. The buyer's responsible for the day after closing all the way to the end of the year when we're talking about taxes. Then we'll determine the attribution, who's paying and who's getting, debits versus credits. Here's a prettier version of the taxes, the 3 possible scenarios. If you want to do a screenshot of that, or I'll do it for you. But you have these slides available. There you go. So it just shows closing between January 1st and August 31st. How are we going to do it? They are not due yet, can't be paid yet. And so we're going to debit the seller their portion and give that amount to the buyer. So when the bill does become available, it can be sent in with the buyer's portion. Some people have a problem with this at first, and they say, what about the buyer's portion? Do we have to calculate it? Do we have to show it? And the answer is no. It doesn't matter when we're closing before September 1st. It doesn't matter how much the buyer's portion is. They just need to have access to the seller's portion in their possession so they can add it to whatever their part is and send in the total bill. So you don't have to worry about calculating the buyer's portion of taxes when it's a closing happening before September 1st. Second possibility, credit the seller, debit the buyer. That's when we're closing September 1st or after and the taxes have already been paid. They've already been paid. The seller paid for the whole year, so we need to give them back some money for the buyer's portion of the year. So we're going to credit that to the seller and take it from the buyer. And then when the taxes have not been paid at all, but we're closing after September 1st, they both need to be gathered from each party, added together, and go ahead and pay the whole bill as of the day of closing. Let's look at this one. When we come back from break, we'll work on this one sort of in a couple of groups. So I'm going to go ahead and call the break, and I'll see you back here in 10. Welcome back. Go. All right. Let's take a look at what I'm calling a monster problem. Remember, you're going to have one of these. Maybe oh, you're not seeing it. Oh, sorry. Thank you. There we go. Okay, I'm going to have one of these big problems, either a buyer bringing or a seller getting. And you're going to have to look through the entire laundry list of all of these things to figure it out. So let's take a look. Going to give you the breakout here. What we're looking for. I'm going to put the screenshot in the chat so you can pull that up. And what we're looking for is how much is the buyer going to need to bring to closing? How much is the buyer going to need to bring to closing? And this is going to be a little class interaction exercise. So I'm going to put you in breakout rooms. And I think there'd probably be 3 to 4 people per room. Yeah, that's what we've got. Going to have you work together to come up with these different amounts and end up with how much the buyer is going to need to bring to closing. So I'll kind of make my way around and check in from time to time, but we'll spend a few minutes on this, and you guys can talk to each other and kind of see what you come up with. The should have just popped up a window so you can enter your breakout room. So do so, and I'll see you in a little bit. Did you get bounced somehow, Joseph? Interesting. All right. Okay. Funny. Well, then okay, I'll try this way. Did it pop up another joining option for you? Yeah. Got one? There you go. Hey. Sorry, I can't hear you. Try again. Oh, there we go. Oh. Gonna put it in the chat. I don't know why I can't hear you. Oh, they can't hear you either. Is that what's happening? Can you hear me? Okay, well, that's important. Sorry. Can you just use your computer or your laptop speaker and mic? Maybe change it. Is it a Apple or Windows? So Windows, that's a little more clicks involved. You know how to go over to a different microphone for Windows? I'm on Apple, so I can't easily give you that answer. No, still not. Okay, let's see. Could you hear them when you were in the breakout room? Oh, they weren't talking. Nobody was talking. Okay. So you're not sure if you could have heard them or not. Or did you hear rustling around? Nothing. Wonder if they're even hearing each other. They'd probably come back here by now if they could. Yeah, without seeing your computer, I don't know how to troubleshoot it. On a Windows, I don't know. On a Mac, all the stuff is in the upper right, and you can click on the place to select your. Is it a Zoom thing? Maybe. Can you look in the lower left corner of where your mute button is and click the upper arrow? Do you see choices of microphone? And what does it say in your choice? Your there you are. What's that? Okay, good. Excellent. Oh, yeah. What the buyer needs to bring to closing. How much money the buyer should bring to closing. Oh, yeah. Let me send you back in there. Which one was it? Was it number 3, I think? Okay. All righty. Do you see a window at all of how to join? If not, just bear. Okay, I need to do a little acrobatics here. I'll get you there. No. Yeah, I have to do it that way. And now I can send you to 3, I think. Did that work? You got 3? How we doing? Good. No technical difficulties. I'm going to go check on the others unless you have questions. Got anything for me? No questions? What? Yeah. Well, when you have to calculate lender fees, you're going to have to use that loan amount. So the origination and the discount points will be based off of the loan amount. So how does that get counted, do you think? Yeah. It's going to be, because the only thing I'm asking you for here is what the buyer needs to bring to closing. Therefore, we do need to show that 2,000 and 1,000 as buyer credits. So whatever the buyer's paying, we'll lessen it by the 3,000 of those two things, right? Because they're getting credited for those two things. So what I like to do is make a double columns, and it looks, I'll give you a little glimpse of what we're going to look at later. So I'm working on a debit column for that buyer and a credit column, and I'm just making my way down through. And so I've got the earnest money over here as a credit, the due diligence over here as a credit. So that's what I'm doing on a scrap paper. You might want to try that. And then at the end, you're going to have a total of debits and a total of credits, and you'll just do the math to subtract the credits from the debits, and you're going to get a amount the buyer needs to bring. Maybe. But you'll never forget it, because you'll be like, oh yeah, that was when we were totally confused, and now we know. What else you got? Any other questions? Okay. I'm gonna make my way around. I'll come back. How we doing? So that's a good point. They're not going that deep with you though. All you need to do with that information is calculate how much it costs for those discount points. That's the only reason for that being there. So the buyer's going to have to pay however much 2 discount points cost. That's it. Because as of the day of closing, the only loan amount, well, the loan amount is going to be that 5% of the 80/20, right? Well, the loan amount's going to be the 80% of the purchase price is what I meant to say. For calculating the interim interest, you're going to use the 5% to get the daily interest, and then multiply that by the number of days left in the month. But that's good. Good question. The other group said, I think we're overthinking it. And that's normal. Yes, that's right, to get the daily. I'm going to make my way around unless you guys have questions. But I'll be around. You can summon me too if you need to. Wow, that was loud. Never heard that before. Can't sneak up on you that way. Oh, was that you? Oh, okay. Just making sure I didn't do it. That's funny. How we doing now? Do we have a breakthrough? Good. Right. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm looking down through it, and I realized. No, it's okay. What are you saying? No, I was just saying that I realized I forgot it. Property tax. So with what we have here, we need to get the tax value first. Did you get that part? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then what do we use that and the mill rate in order to calculate the annual taxes. That's right. You can really just multiply the 225 by the 9 and then divide that whole answer by the 1,000. Accomplishes the same goal. You could doesn't matter if you divide the 9 by 1,000 or the total by 1,000. As long as you divide everything that ends up on the bottom of that T formula. Do you like the T formula? Since you're a teacher, you might like the other version. But some people do, some people don't. So the 225 times the 9, if that's what you do, right. But if you forget the step, you can always just divide by 9 later. Tax amount in dollars. Yes, that's right. Now we turn that annual taxes into daily taxes. You got it. But, yep, I rounded it 6.3, 5.63. So what are we doing here? This is taxes. So well, when is the closing? So if the closing is June 10th, yeah, how many days is the seller responsible for in that year? Right. 160. And therefore, can the bill be paid yet? So we need to handle it in the way that we are taking the money from the seller and crediting it to the buyer. So it's a buyer credit for whatever that amount is. That $5.63 times the 160 days, which I get as 900, I think. Is that what you got? Which is a total mistake or a total accident because I just pulled all these numbers from here. $900.80. That's what I get. I think if you don't round, it's 900 even. But either way, it's fine. In real life, it'll be down to the, 2 decimal places. Does that make sense? I know. I am too. Well then, here. This is not pretty. But what I've got here, down here is what I have for taxes. There's that 225 times 9 gives us the 2025. Divide that by the 360 got us the daily. And then calculate the number of days by June 10th plus the 150 days of every single day of every single month leading up to that gives us that 160 total. And then multiplying those things together, and I get that 900. And see, here's something I was going to reveal to everybody. I should have probably just told you. If you didn't already think to do it yourselves, I like to do 2 columns, a debit column and a credit column, and then you total them at the end and then subtract, and there's how much the buyer needs to bring. Much easier than going like back and forth and trying to figure out, wait, what? Yeah, so I highly suggest and advise just doing 2 columns, all debits as you go down the list, all credits as you go down the list, and then settle up at the end. Right. So that's what I got. What'd you say? I don't think I asked for escrowing, did I? Did you see anything about escrowing? Although that might show up, and I was going to talk about that when we come back. But I don't think I had in this problem any mention of escrowing. If it did, it would say, please escrow 3 months for insurance and 5 months for taxes or something like that. But I left that out for now. We'll do that later. But yes, that would quite likely be a part of one of these. If you'll notice, and we'll go through all this together later, but the down payment is basically $60,000, but the way it shows up on the closing disclosure is not as its own down payment line item. It just shows up because the buyer is debited for $300,000 sale price and then credited for the $240,000 loan amount. And then just having those two on there as debits and credits, it ends up, factoring in that down payment amount. But they don't ever show the down payment on the closing disclosure because they don't need to. When you subtract the loan amount from the purchase price, you end up having it built into it. Does that make sense? Questions? Mysteries? Is it worse? It's better than what? Well, in this case, the question was asking, what's the buyer bringing? So we really didn't need to worry about the seller side. But yes, if you also need to figure out the seller side, that's smart to go ahead and have it done along the way. I do it slightly different when I know I've got to answer either or both. But since I knew for sure that it was only the buyer's side, I just did the buyer's side. But you're smart to do it that way, you're saying. I'll show you what that might look like when we come back. Let me check on the others, and then I'll probably pull you all back in here just a second. That's very wise. Good advice. That's sneaky. You guys ready? You want to bring it on back in? We'll talk about it right before break, and then we'll talk some more after break. I'm going to close every... All right. How did we feel about that? We got some more people making their way. Oh, yeah, we're not quite all back in yet. There we go. It's a crazy thing. Sometimes with these breakout rooms, it mutes you at first. Sometimes it doesn't. And it never muted me coming around to your individual rooms until just now coming back into this one. There we go. Everybody's rushing back in now. How do we like that little exercise? Do you like working in little small groups? That got some value? We'll do some more of that in the next few weeks. So, did you find it useful to kind of help each other out? It's kind of helpful, I think, to you get an insight on something, help try to figure out how to explain it to another person. I think that's some stuff that was going on, and that's always good. So what I've got here is my very messy version of this thing, and a couple of things here. Let me show you first how I would suggest you do these problems to keep track of all that information. It might very well be that on the test they want both big numbers. They want to know what the buyer is bringing, meaning what the buyer has to bring to closing, and what the seller is getting. After all, that's what the CD is all about. That's what the closing disclosure itself is about. So what I would do is something like this. Oops. I would do a buyer side column. I didn't do it on this one because we knew for a fact all we wanted was what the buyer was bringing. So I didn't even bother writing out what the seller's stuff was. But this is how you would do it if you know you're going to have to solve for both of them. I would do a buyer column with debits and credits and a seller column with debits and credits. And then I would just go down the list and say, like, sale price. How does that count? Well, for the seller, it counts as a big fat credit. And in this case, that's $300,000. And for the buyer side, it counts as a big debit. Same dollar amount. Due diligence money. I think that was like, what, $2,000? It was $1,000. So that counts as a credit to the buyer. And it actually counts as a debit to the seller because they already received it. And if we don't take it from them on paper on this closing disclosure, they will end up getting it twice. Can't have that. But earnest money is not the same way. I'm going to show you what I did for this actual problem. I'm just sharing what this would look like if I did it for both sides at the same time. Earnest money we had for $2,000. We know that's a credit to the buyer. Is it anything to the seller? It doesn't. For your purposes in this class, you don't need to put it on the seller side at all. It's not being held by the seller. It's being held by whoever's escrow account it's in. And the seller didn't get it yet, so they don't need to give it back yet. So it's sort of a non-issue for the seller as far as they're concerned. There's one little nuance that you won't run into until post 302, so don't worry about that. Just say earnest money, just a credit to the buyer. Like interim interest, we know that's another debit to the buyer's side only. Nothing to do with the seller. Taxes, though, that's going to depend on when it's, when it closes. It could be credit one, debit the other, or it could be debit both, depending on when in the year it's done. The HOA thing, that's going to be dependent on a couple of things. We'll look at it in a little bit. Origination fee and discount points. Do they have anything to do with the seller? Not unless the problem tells you the seller's paying them. I doubt they would, but in real life, the seller could pay those things for the buyer if they chose to. But other than that, those are going to be debits that the buyer has to pay for. The insurance, the homeowner's insurance, that's another buyer debit. They got to pay the entire first year's premium, and that's going to be yet another of the many, many buyer debits they have to pay. So that's usually the way I write it when I know that I need to end up at the bottom line of what the seller's getting and what the buyer's bringing. But what I did for this one was this, just the buyer side, period. So a couple things about this. There is no line item on the closing disclosure that's labeled down payment. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be there because they've got the sale price in one spot as a debit and the loan amount in another spot as the credit. And by those two both being there, it makes that happen. It accounts for the $60,000 down payment, right? So don't be looking for down payment. And I don't write it on here because of that. So what I'm going down through is this entire column, all of the debits that we just make our way down through as we're looking at the information given. And then I total it at the bottom. And then I do the same thing for the fewer, but still a couple of them, credits. Total it at the bottom. And then I subtract those credits from those debits, and I got that the buyer's bringing or needing to bring to closing $64,940. But let's look at let's break it down. Number one, I just put the loan amount. I forgot to put it in there later, so I threw it into any little spot. But as long as it gets in that credit column, you're okay. I said, okay, well, it told us that there was earnest money. That was one of the first things that it said. Earnest money of $2,000, due diligence money of $1,000. So I put those in. Earnest money here, and that is a buyer credit for $2,000. Due diligence money, same thing for $1,000. The next thing I found was the price, $300,000. That's a big buyer debit. So I put that under that column. Sale price is a, oh boy, buyer debit. The next thing I ran into was loan to value ratio. So off to the side, I started doing some calculations that I knew I was going to need. And so I said, well, $300,000 price at 80% LTV, the loan amount is $240,000. I'm going to need that in a minute. And then the same for tax value. I figured up the tax value. It was 75% of the $300,000, I think. So I went ahead and calculated that for later. And then that left me with, I think I went ahead and did the tax. I think, what was it? What came next? The origination fee and discount points. So I put those in there. That was over here. I chose to just put them together. And you could list them out separately, 1% for origination fee and then 2% for the discount points. But I just took a total of 3% of the loan amount, and since we needed to come up with what the buyer's bringing anyway, it didn't matter if we listed them out separately in this case. The first year's insurance premium, the total insurance is $740 for the year. Right there, homeowner's insurance, $740. So that just needs to go on there under the buyer's debit column. And so that's what I've got right there. Questions? Well, they make you go ahead and pay the entire first year's insurance. Because the insurance is not like the taxes. It's not like the insurance bills always due in September. It just depends on when you start being the owner. So your first year of the insurance starts on the day of closing. Therefore, go ahead and pay the whole first year. We know, you know what? Okay, no, I got them. I just didn't have them lined up. Interim interest, I calculated to be $700. Let's go look at that. I've got that here. I calculated the interest per day by taking the loan amount of $240 multiplied by the interest rate of 5%. That showed me a $12,000 in interest per year number. Divided that by 360 to get that 33 cents a day. And then had to figure out the number of days. And so interim interest, if we're closing on the 10th of the month and there's 30 total days, that leaves 20 days. Always need to add one more when it's interim interest because the buyer pays for the day of closing. So it's a total of 21 days. Those 21 days multiplied by those $33.33 per day gave us an accidental $700 even. I did not plan that. That's just another buyer debit. Taxes, I did that down here. Apologize for the late tax rate. Forgot about that in the original problem. We use our tax value of $225 times that 9 mil rate, divide that by 1,000, and that gave us $2,025 for the year as a dollars per year annual tax bill. But that needs to become a daily taxes, so we divide it by 360 and we get about $5.63. Then we needed to calculate how many days the seller is responsible for. And that's closing of June 10th, which is the 6th month, 6/10. That means there are 5 months of 30, all 30 days of each of those months. That's 150, plus the 10 months of the month of closing in June, meaning 160 days from January 1 through June 10th. That we multiply by that $5.63 per day interest. And with that, I got the 900. Depending on if you round or not, or leave it in the calculator, it's either going to be 900 or like 980 cents or something like that. So I'm just leaving it as 900. The only thing left is the HOA. So let's take, sure, go ahead. This, if you're the seller. Paid of what? Interim interest. I think you might be thinking and mixing up the seller's lender and the buyer's lender, right? Yeah, that's easy to do. So when it's interim interest, it has nothing to do with the seller's existing loan. The seller's loan is going to be settled up by them getting the final loan payoff and having to pay that on their column on another part of their own version of the closing disclosure. But that's good. You're actively thinking through it, and that'll make you stick in your head better when you think through it like that. Mistakes are good. When we come back from break, we'll talk about that HOA piece. And that's the last one. Then we just do our little totals at the bottom, and we'll see if you got the same total as I did or if you have any questions. So I'll see you back here in 10. Okay, let's bring it on back together. There we go. Okay, let me see here. Let me ask a question. I'm going to change this to a private chat. Tell me in the chat if this math is particularly concerning for you. You want some extra help with the math. Just tell me now, because it'll just come to me. That's normal, by the way. Totally normal. Especially the first day. We're getting into these big problems. They're intimidating at first. You're like, individually might be even challenging enough, but when you have to do one after the other, totally get it. Totally understand. I'm going to give you some more stuff about this. And I'm going to just need to figure out the day, but I'm thinking I will offer an extra session where we can just spend on math only, and you can dial in. It's totally optional for you, but I'll do the same thing that we always do. We'll do a lot of problems, and I'll make it a video so you can go back to it. By the way, on the YouTube channels, there are a variety of individual math walkthroughs, narrated walkthroughs that I've done in the past, and some math workshops. You'll find them. I think the Impact Broker Coach one has more of them. So you might want to look at that. Look for the oldest videos on Impact Broker Coach, and you'll see more math walkthrough kind of stuff. But yeah, glad to do it. Always never hesitate to ask me about that sort of thing. We'll figure it out. Somebody asked about one-on-one tutoring, and yes, I do offer that. But for this class, I'm happy to do those extra effort things. I'm not trying to, upsell you or anything. So if you do want to do some one-on-one stuff, we can talk about it. But I'm happy to do some of that as just because you're already in this class. So let's see where we can go from here. Now, let's look at the HOA piece. I've got that spelled out right here. And the information given was $3,600 a year, but it's paid monthly. So that means we need to adjust for it for the month of closing. If it costs $3,600 a year for HOA, how much does it cost per month? $3,600 a year divided by 12. $300 a month. So in the month of closing and in every month, the total month of HOA fees cost $300. But we need to deal with how that month is split up. And the closing is only 1/3 of the whole month. It's on the 10th. So we're going to need to go a little further and say, well, how much are the HOA fees per day? And they just so happen to be $10 a day. $3,600 a year divided by 360 days. $10 a day is what the HOA fees are. And then so the question is, of the month of closing, how many days in that month of closing is the seller responsible for paying? How many days is on the seller's responsibility? 10 of them. So $10 a day for 10 days is $100 that would be debited to the seller. But we're not worried about the seller for this particular problem. All we were worried about is how much the buyer's bringing. And we could do the next part a couple different ways. We could either say, well, the total is $300 for the whole month. If the seller's portion is $100, then that means $200 is left that the buyer has to pay for at closing. We could also do it this other way. We could say, well, if the seller's responsible for the first 10 days, then the buyer's responsible for the last 20 days. 30 total days in the month minus those first 10 leaves 20 left over for the buyer's responsibility. At the same $10 a day means $200 debit buyer. So there's a couple different ways you could have arrived at this. And so $200 as a buyer expense. That's what we need to show up here. So let me see if I can pull all this back together. Is that right? Okay, good. And so that's what I've got right here. HOA. Oops. HOA for $200. Oh my goodness. I really messed that up. There we go. Now, I've got a debit column on this side, and at the bottom I ended up with a total debits of $308,840. And then under the credit column, I've got a total number of credits, dollars of credits of $243,900. And so when you subtract those two, the 243 from the 308, I ended up showing that the buyer needed to bring $64,940. Questions? Something else that you might see show up in those types of problems. They might also point out in the instructions of the problem that they want 1 year of HOA fees collected at closing. So in that case, you just have to think about it. Okay, total fees were $3,600 for the year. Well, that's just one more thing I'm going to have to add to that buyer expense column. So you got to put yourself in the place of the real life person who's responsible for all this stuff. Really, it's the paralegal that the attorney hires, that works for the attorney. She's the one who's seeing all these instructions from the lender. The lender sends the loan package to the attorney. Paralegal reads that loan package of instructions and it says all of these various things that we've been talking about. And so this is one of them. They want to go ahead and collect, and it might be dependent upon the HOA too. Maybe the HOA says we want that, or the lender, whether it's the lender or the HOA. But for your purposes, it's just going to show up in the test question. They're going to give you the instructions. It's not going to be too much more than what we just saw. That's one of them. So it could be that. It could also be escrows. It's probably going to involve escrow, setting up the escrow account. So if you remember, we talked about PITI payment, and the principal and interest, let's just say, is $802. The taxes every month, the payment every month that includes a portion for taxes, that's going to be 1/12 of the year's worth. That's how they calculate it. How much your taxes for the year? Well, we want you to add 1/12 of your annual taxes to your monthly payment so that it adds up over time and it's available to us to be paid, to use to pay, us being the lender. And the same thing for the insurance. 1/12 of the insurance premium is collected along with that $802 principal and interest. So in this case, if the taxes are $4,200 a year, what's the monthly? 1/12 means monthly, doesn't it? Because there's 12 months in the year. So 4,200 divided by 12 means another $350 for taxes. And let's say the insurance premium is $850. What's that per month? $70 per month. Oops, I didn't mean to. That's gonna. Oh yeah, okay, that's good. Another $70.83, and so this plus these is what the actual total principal, interest, taxes, insurance, house payment is. In this case, $1,222.83. That's the total payment. Well, you're going to start making that payment next month. Remember, in real life, you're closing, let's say here, this is August, September, October. Your first full house payment, the first $1,222 is going to be due by October 1st because you already lived there for the first full month of September because you pay mortgage in arrears. But then we also realized that we had to calculate that interim interest number and pay that at closing too. The buyer has to pay that. Well, what if we go from this point forward, starting October 1st with our first full payment, making that payment the first of every month for all of the years, all of the months of the year, and all we're collecting is the exact 1/12 of taxes and 1/12 of insurance the whole way. If you're the lender who's responsible for sending these bills in when they're due later in the year, are you going to be comfortable hoping that the exact number comes in, or are you going to wish that you could have a little bit of a cushion in the escrow account, more than what you've been collecting every month that's exactly 1/12? You're going to want some cushion. And so the lender tells that paralegal, as a part of those closing instructions that they send her, we want you to have the buyer pay X number of months for taxes and then another amount for insurance. And it might be like collect from the buyer 3 months of taxes and 5 months of insurance. And if that's what's happening, they'll tell you on the test question for your purposes. Let's say it says 3 months of taxes are to be collected for escrow and 8 months for insurance. And then the test question also tells you the taxes are $5,500 a year. And the insurance is $1,050 a year. How much will be collected for escrow from the buyer? Or how much will the buyer be paying to set up the escrow account? Or how much we're going to add to the buyer debit column? That's the same question. All three are the same version, same types of questions for this concept. So you tell me that. Work on that for a second. And you can add those two together. You don't have to list them separately, or you could. You're going to have to calculate them separately anyway, so. So when we're calculating escrow, what do we care about? Dollars per day or dollars per month? Yeah, it's about the month. So you just need to think 12. And so in this case, we need to turn this annual taxes into monthly taxes and the annual insurance into monthly insurance. So that's $458 $1,000,000.33 per month for taxes. And $87.50 for insurance. And the lender has given the instructions to the closing attorney that they want them to collect 3 months worth of taxes. So that's going to be the $458 times 3. And then 8 months for insurance. So since I already have that insurance amount in there, I'm going to go ahead and do that first. Times the 8 months. So that's going to be $700 to collect and add to the buyer's expense column or the buyer's debit column. And then 3 months of $458.33, $1,374.99. So those are that's the tax escrow, that's the insurance escrow. And when we add them together, the total escrow being set up, escrow account of $2,074.99. That makes sense? So when it's in, so therefore, they're going to show you a bunch of stuff like this. And in all of that, it's going to say set up escrow where the lender is collecting 3 months for taxes, 8 months for insurance, or whatever number of months they say. And so what do we have on that closing disclosure? We're going to have the escrow for taxes, like we just did, on one of those line items, and we're going to have a separate line item for the tax proration. So in other words, we're handling taxes for 2 different reasons in 2 different places on the closing disclosure, right? One of them to make it fair for that whole year of closing between buyer and seller, and the other to set up the escrow account for them so that the lender can have them available and plenty and enough of a cushion so they know that they can pay that bill when it's due. And for insurance, the same thing. Going to have the insurance escrow that we just did on one part of the closing disclosure, and then another part of the closing disclosure is going to be collecting the full first year of insurance premium. So insurance shows up twice and taxes show up twice for 2 different reasons, right? This making sense? Or at least you see the big picture of the forest. The trees might still be a little jumbled up. But maybe I just want you to make sure you understand the point. Why we're doing this. 'Cause sometimes the why helps you rationalize the what you're doing. All right, let me see. Let me bear with me 1 second. Let me share something with you. Here we go. I'm going to make one up now, but I'll also give you something for homework. I'll probably have to post it tomorrow. But let me give you some stuff. Make up another one here. And we're going to say nope. I'm going to do a different scenario. September 30th is our closing. Our earnest money is $5,000. Our due diligence money is $20,000. Welcome to the big leagues. Our purchase price is $773,000. Loan to value ratio of 80%. Interest rate, let's get modern, 7.5% for 30 years. Did you notice? I think I heard somebody talking in the group as I went around. The 30 years is pretty much irrelevant. I think somebody was trying to do something with it for some of the calculations, but can't even really think of anything you have to do with that number. So just take that for what it is, and maybe that'll help you in the future. The lender's charging a 1% origination fee. And discount points. And let's call them 2 discount points. Properties taxed at 85% of the market value. And the rate is $1.23 per hundred. If they don't talk about city versus county, city limits versus county, any of that, then just take the rate as it is and just use that one rate. Hazard insurance, you might hear it referred to as hazard insurance, same thing as homeowners insurance. And that costs $1,150 per year. Collect that first year's premium at closing. And then let's see, the escrow. Going to set up the escrows. The lender wants the attorney to collect 2 months of taxes and 5 months of insurance to set up those escrow accounts. And the interim interest. Don't forget that. What else? Let me think. Take a pause on that 1 second. Let me tell you about one more thing that you might see while I'm thinking about it. It might be an investment property. So let's talk about how to handle rent. If it's a rental property, they might throw that at you. And so if the buyer's buying from a seller and it's a rental property, they're going to tell you the rent is, let's say, $1,500 a month. And we're foreclosing on August 23rd. How much rent is the buyer entitled to for that month of closing? We've been talking about who's got to pay bills all this time. This is the one case where people are actually getting money because of a thing. And so that buyer's buying a rental property. The tenant's in there already. The seller collected the rent on the first day of the month. The closing is on the 23rd. Who do you think gets the day of closing as part of their rent? Buyer or seller? In light of the thing we talked about the first part of the evening, where the seller gets or owns the day of closing, who do you think gets the rent for day of closing? The seller. The only time the buyer gets day of closing or has to pay for it or benefits from it, they never benefit from it, is on that interim interest calculation. But even on this rental property type calculation, the seller gets the rent for the day of closing also. So add that one in. August 23rd, that means step one, seller days. Calculate the seller's days of rent that they are entitled to. And it's going to be whatever the day of closing is. In this case, 23 of them. That's going to include that closing day. Step two, the dollars per day of rent. And so $1,500 a month in rent divided by what? $1,500 a month in rent, need to get the dollars per day, divide by 30. Good job. Sometimes people just think automatically and they say 360. No, we got to think about what we're dealing with, months or years. So good job. Divided by 30 is $50 a day. Step three, multiply them together. 23 days times $50 a day equals what? $1,150, something like that. So that is the amount of the $1,500 that the seller is entitled to. And so how's that going to be reflected on the closing statement? It's going to be a seller credit. Actually, they've already got it. They got it on the closing statement. I'm sorry to throw you off. We need to get this amount that the buyer's entitled to. So we're still going to do everything we just did. Now we're going to subtract the total rent per month and get from the seller's portion from the total to get the buyer's portion. So the buyer's portion is $350. And so the seller has already gotten the whole month's worth. We need to give the buyer their piece. Their piece is the day after closing through the end of the month. In this case, $350. So that is $350 that we are going to credit the buyer and debit the seller. Going to show up in the buyer's credit column and the seller's debit column. The same $350. We okay there? And they might make that a part of the big problem. Might say it's a rental property. And that's just one more thing. You're just going to do this little set of calculations and put in whichever column as needed. Back to this one. Oh, here's something. Let me do this. Let me make this for both sides. The excise tax. Oops. We're going to do both things. We're going to calculate what the buyer needs to bring and what the seller is going to get. So you need to calculate excise tax. You need to know that the deed preparation is $400. To record the deed is $25. To record the deed of trust is also $25. Overnight fee for the seller's loan payoff because they mail it to the lender is $75. Seller's providing a home warranty, and that costs $700. So number one, how much is the buyer bringing to closing or having to bring to closing? And number two, how much is the seller getting? So there it is. Let me screenshot it. And I'll give you a few minutes to talk to each other. You won't finish it tonight, but you can take it and work on it during the week. I will make a video walkthrough and probably post it tomorrow so you can kind of see and check yourself. This all just came from air just now, so see what's the best way for me to say again. What now? Oh, seller needs to, what's the seller getting? What's the seller getting from closing? Let me rewrite it. It's the two monster problems is going to be one of those two things, maybe both. They might ask you both. So it's number one, what's the buyer going to have to bring to closing? Number two, how much is the seller going to walk away with? Figure out the best way to screen capture this for you. There you go. Ooh, good point. Let me add that in. I ran out of room. Let me see here. I'll just continue the bullet list. $320 is their loan payoff. Let's shoot that again. There you go. Oops, that's just a Victor. Let me send that to everybody. Oh my goodness. 1 second. Finally. Okay. Oh, good one. This is becoming a class project to get Neil's test problem on track. Good one. We also need to know that the seller's paying commission. 7% commission. Because we're worth it. What else did I miss? Think of anything? Seller's side. I think we got the loan. We got the deed prep, excise tax. We know what we need for that. Hopefully that's enough. Let me know if you run into another one and I'll make up a number. Throw that in there too. There we go. Okay. Let me break you out for just a few minutes that we have remaining. And I'll bring you back before we go. Do I not put that in there? Okay. No problem. Closing September 30th. Let's see. Good one. We'll go with that. We'll go with the taxes have been paid. I just was told, left another thing out. Hopefully that's everything. Well, let me see. Let's see. Yeah, they do. I don't see it this time, but usually they do. But I'm not sure. You might have to just summon me and like call me, and then I can come to you, to your room, and talk about it. Anybody have anything else? I'll make this hopefully a little more legible. Exactly. There we go. I'm making another one for you. I'll send it to you in the form of a PowerPoint. And so, well, no, it'll be a PDF to you. And so it's a breakdown. It's a monster problem like this, different than this, but another one. And then I'll have it broken down into individual slides that show, pages that show how we do each individual thing. Just as another one, another thing to kind of take a look at. Questions? Okay, good. I see that message about an additional class. Let me think. What day in the week works for you guys? Would a Saturday class of some sort work for your schedules? If not, we can be flexible, and I'll record it and it'll be posted anyway. Anybody else have a conflict with a Saturday class? I mean, it depends. What would you prefer? Okay. What's your work hours, Giovanni? What hours? What hours on Saturday though? So would like maybe Saturday morning 10 to 12 work for everybody? What about Arnell? Is it this Saturday, or when is your next one that you're available? Next one. Anybody have a problem with next Saturday, 10 to 12? Yeah, I mean, I could hang around too. Did you have something, Joseph? Yeah, well, an extra, like a math intensive sort of study session with me, like guided by me, just one of these, basically like this. Okay. Yeah. And doesn't have to be the only one. We can work out another one too. But let's start with that one. We'll do next Saturday, 10 to 12-ish. I can stay later if need be, as needed, and then in the meantime, let me know and feel free. I don't mind making individual responses. I don't mind talking to you live and doing a spontaneous Zoom as needed, because I know this stuff is a little intimidating sometimes and you want to get you over that hurdle whatever way we need to. So we'll put that on the books, and it will just use the same link for that, and I'll remind you of it when we get closer to time. Yeah, we'll keep it simple. It's my Zoom, so it's whatever. And I don't have anything else going on that would use it. But let me know if I forgot anything on this problem, which is very possible. Go ahead. Sure. Like an evening one. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll put some more thought into that, and we'll definitely do another one on a different day. Okay. Oh yeah. For that one, it doesn't count as any sort of minutes towards your. So that one you can do however you want to. If you want to be video off, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to, you can work on this one some more. I'll post solutions to it tomorrow, and I'll send you that other PDF of a whole different version with some more of a walkthrough, a couple of pages involved as well. So what do we have next on the list? What comes next? Let's see. Got so many open. Where'd it go? One second. Gosh, I can't find it. Give me a second, though. There we are. Next thing up after closing is valuation. We'll do some more on closing. And then our next thing is another the last of the big chapters. It's a 6-hour chapter about the difference between appraisers doing estimating value, and what we brokers estimate. Figuring out what something's worth. Another real world, very important real world application. Then we've got the bunch of smaller chapters after that. So read ahead. Valuations next. Insurance and landlord tenant is after that, by the way. You have the study schedule. Other than that, be careful about your minutes missed. There's a couple folks that are getting kind of up there. If you're worried about it or curious, just let me know and I'll tell you your exact number. 1020, I think. Let me double check. Got that right here. Yeah, 1020 is the maximum that can be missed of the whole number of minutes for the whole session. And we don't have anybody that close. Yeah. We've got a couple 7s. We've got a couple mid-5, one close to 600 minutes, but everybody else is below that or a lot below that. If you're concerned, just let me know and I'll tell you where you're at. Because that's pretty hard and fast. We can't do much with that. Can't do anything about those minutes. I've got... yes, 1020, if that's what that is. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I heard that another place. Yep, 17 hours. You're at that's weird. So, yeah, you've got like the 1 day plus 24, 3, that's 27, 8, 28, about 34 minutes plus the 240 for that 1 day. You're welcome. And, okay, gotcha. All right. If you're curious, let me know anything or questions you might have. Otherwise, I'll see you next Wednesday. Have a great weekend. Yeah, say again.